Well, hello, my little beauties, and welcome to this live stream with me, David Connolly, a web developer extraordinaire. We received a message in the help bar. Somebody's having some challenges with the image class, with the image uploader and the file uploader. Now, I'm not the best guy in the universe at fixing bugs. Simon is actually much better at this type of thing than me. Unfortunately, though, he's in Australia, so he'll probably be sound asleep just now. So I thought I would do a little live stream and see if we can have a go at solving this one. The plan is I'm going to just download an instance of the Trongate framework, test the image uploader, test the file uploader. If it works, then that's kind of bad news in a funny way, because it means that it must be something to do with PHP versions. So in that instance, I'll go back to the forum and I'll see if the person who had asked the question or raised the issue had mentioned anything about PHP versions. If he has, then we've got something that we can work with. But if he has not, then unfortunately that's the end of the road, you know. So that's the plan. Will we give this a go? All right. All right. So let's kick this one off, shall we, by opening up the Trongate desktop app here. I wonder if anyone's in the room. I'd be surprised if there is, you know, on a Monday. Let's see what we got here. All right. A little bit quiet, but that's okay. So I'm going to turn this light away from me. Okay. So we'll open up the Trongate desktop app. And I'm going to create a new app. I'll call this V14, part of my own little coding convention here. And that is going to go inside htdocs. There we go. Okay, so I'll say OK, and I'll create a new module. Call it tasks. Nice and simple. We'll have a task title. And we'll order by ID. Okay, so there's our tasks module. And we can create a new task, view them, and all of that stuff. Okay, so now we'll go back to the desktop app and I'm going to create an image uploader. I'll create the tasks, or I'll choose the tasks module, and we'll go with a single picture uploader for this one. So there it is. And if we refresh here, you'll see that we've now got a picture uploader. So I'm going to choose a file. Let's go with this. And I'm going to upload. Ouch. Right, okay. That's actually good, believe it or not. That's good. It means that we have a gig. All right. Now, I think that's what they had mentioned here. I created a new Trongate app, and blah, blah, blah. As soon as that, I get this image, and we're getting exactly the same error. Right, that's good. That's actually good news. The worst is when you, believe it or not, when it works and you can't repeat the error. Okay, so unexpected identifier parent expecting blah 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 blah. Okay, let me go into the Tron-Gate framework here. Now, I had been messing about with this during the weekend, so I want to make sure I've got the same version as everyone else on my computer. We'll call this rubbish. And we'll call this, I'm really getting lost here, more rubbish. Alright, now if I look at the GitHub page for the Tron-Gate framework, and see that the last commit that we had was 2 days ago, and it was refactored attempt get valid token. So that's the version that everyone else. I'm therefore going to reset my own one to this commit. Something like that. And there we go. Okay. So we've now got a version of Tron-Gate that is pretty much the same as what everyone else has. I'm now going to open up the app that I just made, which is V14. And we'll have a quick look at the image class. And I'm just going to have a glance at it and see if there's anything that jumps out, but without reading the code, right? So we're just looking. I'm not reading, I'm just looking. Right. There's nothing jumping out in terms of, I'm not seeing any big gaps in the code or anything crazy like that. So let's do a little curly bracket count. 79 opening, 80 closing. Well, can you believe it? Let's do that again. Got 79 opening and 80 closing. Now that suggests some kind of bracket mismatch. Let's go downstairs. Oh, yikes. Well, that's a little bit of a concern, isn't it? Because it looks like we're ending the class properly here. But on the other hand, maybe not. Okay, so I'm now looking inside individual methods. And I'm just looking at curly brackets and seeing if I can spot any mismatches anywhere. Anything that jumps out. Now, I know that there's software that you can use to do this, but I don't have it. So I'll just have a look. Still not reading the code, by the way. But I'm just looking and seeing if there's anything that appears to be missing a closing bracket. Ah, now there's an interesting thing. This is an exception class on its own here. So this is actually closing this little exception class. And here's another class on its own. Kind of unusual. So if we go here, this is probably the end of the image class. So let's just copy this little beauty. And we'll do a count up here. So we've got 75 opening, 75 closing. Check it out. 75 opening, 75 closing. Now, let's bring in these two strange little ones here. Gonna copy. I'll make another file. 4 opening, 5 closing. So it would appear that there's some kind of curly brackets mismatch going on there. But the question is where? And there it is. I'm seeing right here that this nothing loaded exception is missing a curly bracket. See that? Right here. I just noticed it. So that's interesting. And with that being the case, let's just add in this little opening curly bracket here. Save and refresh. There you go. Well, what can I tell you, folks? Life can be easy. All right, we have a few people in the room. I hope my connection's okay here. It's ahoy to the great Dom Sinclair. Nice to see you, my friend. Nice to see you. It's ahoy to Stefan Hummel. How are you doing? And it's ahoy to John Mould. New name. Ding, 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 ding. Who joins us? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Well, it looks like we've solved this one, at least for the moment. So I'll head in and just add that little tweak in here. So it was this one here, and all we were missing is that. Save. All right. So correction, added, missing, opening, curly bracket. Now let's just get this one straight up to the sky. There we go. Okay, so that appears to be taking care of that, but let's not crack open the champagne too soon. We'll just make sure that we can have a multi-image uploader as well. So if we refresh, there it is. So this one should take multiple pictures. And do we have multiple pictures? I'm actually a bit short of pictures here. I'm slightly embarrassed to tell you. All right, well, it seems we've got a few of them. Let's just grab a few random ones. There you go, and just look at the speed. If we go back, there are the pictures, and we can delete them and everything. So I reckon that is fixed. Adding that does not really help either. Okay. I should give a little more detail. So it was engine, it was image.php, and it was this one here. So the corrected image class can be found at the following URL. Please replace your code inside image.php with the code from the above URL. I hope that works for you. If it does, then I'd be super grateful if you could let me know. And there you have it. That was pretty cool. I was worried that I was going to embarrass myself there and not be able to fix it. Okay. Oh geez. Here comes Simon. Here he is. He says, yes, the curly brace was missing, but try a JPEG file. It fails at transparency due to the GD image library shenanigans. Well, you do need the GD library for this. That's a given, you know. And we've said here that it formats using PHP's GD library. So I don't know, like, all right, hold on a wee second. I've got this light shining in my face and it's killing me, you know. Okay, so you were saying that the JPEG fails due to transparency issues. That's a PNG. That's a PNG. All right. Well, I suppose I have to go find a JPEG from somewhere. By the way, this was some middle of the night bullshit that I'm going to just mention to you folks. Maybe I'm being negative here. It fails for a JPEG, right? Okay. I keep seeing these things on YouTube, incidentally, where it's these young couples dancing around. And I had to take a screenshot and I posted about this on Twitter. I keep seeing this type of thing. Now, we really have to talk about this, folks. Forgive me for the diversion. But that guy's a loser. And I'm going to tell you why. He may be the nicest guy in the world, the best dancer, and he may be better looking than Brad Pitt with the intelligence of Albert Einstein, granted. And I'm not accusing the guy of having done anything unethical. Let me be clear about that. But when I saw this video show up on my feed, I felt compelled to take a screenshot and talk about this because I keep seeing these. And it's these young couples doing these perfectly synchronized dance routines. And they're dancing, and you're probably thinking they're having a good time. They're not doing any harm. What's the problem? I'm going to tell you the problem I have with this. The guy, and there are a few videos like this I see, the guy is always further back than the gal. Go check him out. There's a million videos like this. The guy is always standing further back, right? So he looks smaller and she gets to look all high and mighty. The gal gets to wear a skimpy dress, gets to flaunt those incredible legs and wear makeup and wear big old high heels, creating the illusion of height more so. And 3 cheers for her. I don't have any problem with that. Good for her. That's fantastic. But the guy does not get to do those things, nor even any male friendly equivalent of those things, if such things even exist. The guy does not get to wear high heels or platforms or anything. He does not get to have the illusion of big long legs. He, most importantly, does not get to have thousands of people saying, "Oh, hey, it looks amazing." Instead, the guy is setting himself up to lose. He is putting himself in a position. Gentlemen, are you paying attention? He's putting himself in a position where he can only lose. And when videos like this go up, what inevitably happens is you'll get thousands of people saying, "Oh, she looks amazing, she looks amazing," ogling over his girlfriend. Meanwhile, now, if the guy had said to his, I presume, girlfriend, "I'm going to do my own videos exclusively from now on with just me, and you go ahead and do your videos on your own." If the guy had done that, he would have displayed a certain degree of confidence that would have been remarkable. And he would have been the coolest dude in the neighborhood. Instead, he's setting himself up to lose over and over and over again. And stuff like this bothers me. The moral of the story, and forgive me for the quick life coaching lesson, but the moral of the story, my friends, especially the guys, protect your self-esteem at all costs. Do not put yourself in positions where you can only lose. He can only lose in this position. I don't care how good he is at dancing. It's irrelevant. He can only lose. So instead, heed the words of DC and put yourself in positions where you can win. Can you handle what I'm saying? Good. So that's the end of that little rant. I know that I look into these things in quite an intense sort of a way, but what can I tell you? I am a philosopher, you know? All right. So, do you do commercials? If you load image VS Code, okay, if you, oh gee. Dashawn Long says, do you do commercials? If the price is right, I'll do commercials. Thank you. A new name. Dashawn Long. Ding, 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 ding. New name. It's Ahoy, by the way. To who else have we got here? We've got Daffa, Dom Sinclair, John Mould. I think that's us. All right. So Daffa's saying here, I see your php.ini is not set to show depreciation warnings. See my post on that thread to enable them. If you load image.php in VS Code, it lights up with image. It lights up with issues with this image and resource in various locations. Okay. So let's do that. You mentioned a PHP ini file. All right. So it's this e-reporting thing. All right, so let's see if we can figure out where that lives. Now I'm using XAMPP here. So is it going to be inside here? Oh, there you go. There's a PHP ini file. And I'm going to uncomment this error reporting. Is that what we do? Is that right? Or do we keep this? I'm not sure. See, I've kind of got it uncommented here. I don't know. If you're not seeing these depreciated warnings, you may have warnings turned off in php.ini. Help me out, Simon. This is what I'm getting. Pretty much 2 lines where error reporting is mentioned. 400 and 107. Let's see if he's got something for us. I'd be grateful if you could clarify, you know. I'll just wait. So, while we're waiting on that, and hopefully Simon will be able to clarify that, would you like to see my incredible watch that I have on? It's a real beaut. It's actually just a Chinese one. It's not very expensive at all, but I'm really, really impressed with this one. Have a look at this little beauty as we wait to hear back from Simon. So here we are. There's no loom. You kind of need to catch the light to see it in all of its glory. But take a look at this little beauty, won't you? It's just a Pagani, nothing too expensive here, and it's actually one of Dave's from England. If you're watching, Dave, how you doing? Are we going to get some light on this? Probably not. Ah, there we go. Now, there's a couple of things that make this very cool. One is we've got a huge date wheel at the bottom of this, which is very rare. I've been looking for that for ages, so you can see it's the 27th. But the other, if you look on the right-hand side, this watch has a power indicator. That is the coolest feature ever. That's the feature that we all want, right? And you can see that the power here is high. I wound this up 3 days ago, and it's still on max power. And wait till you see the inner workings. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That is not a Seiko, by the way. That's an entirely different thing. And it's absolutely stunning. The work that has gone into this. I don't care if it's a Pagani or it's Chinese or anything. This is an astonishingly good watch. This could be the last watch. I don't care if it's a Pagani again. I do not care. I just think that is absolutely beautiful. And it's based on a IWC Portuguese. Funnily enough, that is the watch that was worn by Gus Fring from Breaking Bad. Although his one had a white face with gold hands, but this is basically the Gus Fring watch. The real one would set you back about £11,000. This one, about $100, something like that. But I think it's an absolute belter. I'm loving it. I love the way that the hands go right to the edge of the dial there. And I'm really, really loving this watch. So I thought I would show that off to you. I know that we like watches here, right? Just thought I'd mention it, you know? Okay, I hope we've heard back from Simon. I do hope we have. And let's see if we have. Okay. It's just so beautiful in it. Look at it. Shame my skin's so pale. But anyway, few cat hairs as well. All right. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Um, look good, DC. Not sure why you don't see the warnings. I'm on PHP 8.2.12 on a Mac. I don't see them. Regardless, the image fails with image uploads. Here comes Nomen Nesio. New name. Ding, 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 ding. Ahoy to you, my friend, who says, I wrote another reply in the thread. There should be a type check before prepare transparency is called, because I don't think that is possible with JPEG files. Okay, and would that be... Oh, that's the creator of the issue. Hello and welcome. Right, let's see what he's got for us here. Or she. Could be a she, we never know. Could be. It happens. All right, so here we go. Cool me's. All right. First half error report, missing curly brace, all the red warnings appear after that. I got them too. They disappear. All right. So this is a bit of faffing about with the php.ini file by the look of things. And when I insert a file type check in the resize function like blah, 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 then prepare transparency is good. Very nice. Very nice. Right. That's really a great job. It might be helpful if others are fixed in the code by you or DC. Right. Okay. I just noticed that. That's excellent. Nice job. Well done. So, Nomen Nesio or Cool Me's, I like Cool Me's actually, has very intelligently realized that PNGs. That is a super intelligent move. I like it. So let's go into the framework and we're going to check this vibe out here. So we've got an instance where prepare transparency gets called here. I'll make the bug appear first. Let's just do that, right? Because I don't feel comfortable unless I can see the error. So, do we have a JPEG? Do we have a JPEG? Yes, we do. Here's a JPEG here. Okay. So, I'll see if I can get the transparency issue to appear. I hope that I can. So, I'm going to choose a quick old look at the thing here. We've got this. So, hold on. Oh, it returns the image type. Funnily enough, that's what it does, okay? So then we have, if the image type is equivalent to blah blah or blah blah. Now, get image type returns the image type as one of the predefined image type constants, right? I should clarify what exactly this is doing. So I'm going to var dump image type. I know that you've probably already done this, cool me, but I just like to see these things for myself, you know? So if we go sample, and then upload. Oh, you miserable thing. Okay, so that's a shame. I had hoped that that would have given me something. Let me go back. Okay, I'm going to comment this out. Oh, you idiot. I've been updating the Tron-Gate framework. That was today's stupid mistake of the day. Congratulations to everyone who spotted that. All right. Okay, so here we go again. So we had image type, and again, I'll just go like that. So the image type is that. Let's do a little var dump on the image type here with a die statement. Ouch. Ouch. Anytime you want to call me an idiot, you're very welcome. Let's pretend that that never happened. Okay. There we go. So it's an integer. It's an integer. So prepare transparency returns an integer. Those integers correspond with constants, presumably, that are within either PHP or this library. And forgive me if I'm going a bit slow, but I just need to get my head around this. Oh yeah, so if it's equivalent to this constant, let's do this. Or it's equivalent to that constant, a PNG or a GIF. I like to call them GIFs. Then, and only then, we say prepare transparency. Looks good to me. I like it. I like it. All right, so let's give this a little try. If I'm selecting the sample here, uploading. Well, hallelujah, and hark the herald angels sing. Okay. Oh, Smitty's here. How are you doing, Smitty? It's been a long time. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We also have Admin X Pro. All right, Admin X Pro, welcome to you. New name says you can enable PHP error reporting by adding the following lines at the top of your thing. I think we've got it fixed though, right? So if that, then that. Listen, man, I think we've fixed this, and thank you to Cool Mees. Now listen, do me a favor, Cool Mees. Won't you become a contributor to the framework? Because let's face it, you're the one who fixed this. We really want to get as many people contributing to this framework as possible. So here's an idea. Why don't you see if you can do a little pull request? And that means that you get the credit, and it also means that our contributors list gets a little bit bigger. And I like that, you know. So what do you say? Would you be cool with that? And there's Dom with a little suggestion as well. So, Smitty, Simon DC, I'm considering being the first one to create a podcast for Trongate. That would be fantastic, Smitty. And of course, we would all be cheering you on. And I know that it would be a really great thing if you did that. So, dude, that would be absolutely amazing. And thank you. I hope it happens. If there's anything that I can do, or anyone here I'm sure would be glad to help out, just let us know. I'd love somebody to do that. That'd be so cool. Um, all right, so that's really great. And I think that we're looking pretty good. Now, as far as all of those warnings and all of that goes, I have a little bit of trepidation here. I don't like it when people talk about screens lighting up with error messages. Um, if that is an issue, we're either going to have to come to terms with the fact that the library has some challenges, or maybe, just a wild guess, maybe the type hinting is causing problems. I don't know. Or the return types. Maybe we need to be a bit more generous with those. I don't know. I'm just an apprentice, not qualified really to contribute. Oh, you just did. You just did. Okay, well, look, this was your fix as far as I'm concerned. So let me copy this. Um, it's really important for this framework to be seen to have contributors. Like, see Smitty there talking about having a podcast. This is gold. This is what we need. Because this framework cannot be the David Connolly Roadshow. And for anybody listening, I really hope that you'll consider taking the time, learn how to do pull requests and all that, and be a contributor. My friend Derek, who many of you have met, I don't think he would be too offended if I told you that he's, I was going to say probably, but definitely the highest earning PHP developer that I know. He is doing very, very well right now in the employment agency circuit. Last I heard, he was working for Roland Instruments. And lately, I think he's doing a gig for Johnson and Johnson, the talcum powder manufacturers. I know it has had challenges, but that has nothing to do with the PHP. But anyway, Derek's doing really, really well. And the reason why he's able to do really, really well is because one day, back a few years ago, he contributed to the Zend framework. I can't remember what the contribution was. I wouldn't even be able to understand it. But as far as I can tell, it was something quite minor, like it had a missing comma or something. Okay, if he's watching, he won't be offended, he'll be laughing, right? But it was something really minor. So he added the missing comma, did the pull request, and from that day to this day, his CV has right over the top, contributor to the Zend framework. And he has made fortunes off the back of that. So take this seriously. If you're in the position there as Cool Me's where you can do a little fix like that, I would highly encourage you to give yourself the credit to be seen as being one of the contributors. And some of you may say, well, Trongate's not Zend. We don't have a gazillion people using this framework. Just you wait. Just you wait, because I know what's coming up. You want to know what's coming up? I'll give you the world exclusive. What's coming up is I am re-entering the marketplace because I've been working on this darn thing for 4 years. And when I re-enter the marketplace, I'm going to have revenue. And when I have revenue, I am going to be finding YouTubers of the web development genre who have large numbers of subscribers, and I'm going to be offering them $1,000 to talk about Trongate. That's right. $1,000. Now, some of them won't talk about it still, you know. Trongate has been slightly controversial, but this is the age of integrity, my friends. In case you haven't noticed, we're taking all of the controversial articles down one by one. Not doing it suddenly, but every time a good article, which is maybe technical or reports some good news or something, every time one of those goes up, one of the Laravel sucks ones goes down, you see? And don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed the drama. I've enjoyed positioning myself as this kind of loudmouth guy who says words like bullshit a lot. I've enjoyed it and I'm good at it. But this framework is going through a transitional period. And regardless of the fact that on YouTube it's kind of a cancelled framework, the fact of the matter is that business owners love this framework. And we have to start behaving a little bit more responsibly, you know? We have to have the demeanor of people who are not raving lunatics. This is why I keep talking about the age of integrity. Does anyone ever remember the wrestling? Stone Cold Steve Austin and the gang. Around about the late 90s to early 2000s, the wrestling, I think it was the WWF at that time, took over the planet Earth. Everybody was talking about it. Fully grown men and everything. Oh, did you see the wrestling? Did you see Stone Cold? It was everywhere. It was on the news and everything. And if you look at the footage from that time, at the end of each episode, SmackDown or Raw, there'd be a little thing and it would say Attitude Era. This is what they called it. And they refer to that as being that, you know. Well, we're doing the same type of thing here. Except for us, the phrase is age of integrity. It's the little moment in history where we all start behaving like grown-ups. Maybe tumbleweeds just now. No denying it. No denying it. Somebody said, you do a stream and you've got less than 5 people watching. Fine, I get it. But just you wait, because I know what's coming up. And when that time comes, we're going to be ready. We're going to have beautiful documentation and everything. I think it's going to be fantastic. You will be so glad that you got involved. You're going to be so glad that you contributed to this framework and that your name is right in there along with all of the other champions of the universe. That's what's coming up. So, have I talked you into it? Are you going to at least consider maybe take 10-15 minutes, figure out how to do pull requests and all of that? You never know. It could turn out to be one of the best decisions you've ever made as far as your web development career goes. All right. Well, that takes care of that. And if I look at the screen and somebody says there's more errors, I'm going to cry like a baby. Let's have a look here. Right. Any chance you can increase the upload size for modules? For the module market? Possibly, yeah. Okay. With your permission though, Dom, I'm going to focus on one thing at a time today, but that should be okay. Smitty here says, and I agree with DC, I believe we're all dealing with a bigger picture here. DC, I'm also considering creating a jobs board site for Trongate. Would you consider that a great and useful idea? Yeah, I think everything would be a great and listen, if somebody, I mean, let's just go for the jugular. Let's not play the game of patty cake, okay? Let's imagine that some random appears and says, I'm starting up a Trongate training academy and I'm going to charge $1,000 a head and we're going to have a big old convention and I'm going to charge $2,000 a head for that, by the way. And you're not going to get a dime. You know what I would say to that person? You know what I would say? Good luck. Congratulations. You have my support. I would say that because they are helping to get the word out about this framework. And I would wish them all the luck in the world. So you don't have to, come and say, well, is it okay if I do this? And is it okay if I do that? Yes to all. Yes to all. It's fine. Go for it. We love it. We support you. We encourage you. And we hope it turns out well. I hope that answers that question. All right. What else have we got here? I think that we're just about good. Right. Unfortunately, I don't think I've managed to convince our friend here to do the pull request, have I? No, I have not. All right. So what can you do? What can you do? I'll copy the thing. Very nice fix, by the way. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Really great. So let's, oh, gee. Hang on. Have I pasted the wrong thing? Give me a minute. Where on earth are we? All right, here we go. So we've now replaced prepare transparency with a little if statement. Cracking job. Really blown away by that. That requires some skills. So well done. And yeah, let's just do that. So applied fix to, now what was the name of the method? To resize method. So that prepare transparency is only invoked when dealing with GIFs and JPEGs. Many thanks to geez, look at the name, Cool Me. I mean, I'm trying my best to give credit here. Okay, so applied fixed resize method and image flash. So it's only invoked when dealing with that. Many thanks for that fix. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. And may the force be with us all. All right, excellent. Now, by the way, I cannot take credit for that fix, But nevertheless, which other framework do you know where you can post a message in the help bar, say, I've got a problem here, and before you know it, you've got a whole team of people coming up saying, right, I'll fix it live, let's do it. Who else is doing this? I think you'll find the answer is nobody. That's right. So, at least there's that, right? Man, I'm in a framework promotional mood today. Anyway, it's nice to see that Simon's saying good fix. It really was a good fix. It required you figuring out what those constants mean. I never knew that stuff. That would have... That would have taken me a couple of hours if I was lucky. So it was a cracking fix. Well done, well done. All right. I did I'll tell you about my weekend. I've been working on this documentation, the new documentation, for a few weeks now. And it's going pretty good. And one of the key parts of the documentation is this stuff here, where we reference how the various bits and pieces get used, these sort of feature references, So we have these everywhere, and they're nice and they formalize things. But look at these underscores, they're a little bit of a downer. They seem a little bit old-fashioned. And for a long time I thought, wouldn't it be nice to just get rid of these and start behaving like an ordinary framework? So I spent time looking into this. And I was even willing to just break the framework if it meant we fall into line with everybody else. I mean, even though this is less characters than typing out private function delete old tokens, less characters is a little bit unsatisfying. Do you know what I mean? Terry Davis figured out a gazillion ways of doing things with less characters. And sadly, nobody's using Holy C. So we cannot reasonably expect people to fundamentally change the way that they code based on, oh, it's going to be less characters. It's just not good enough. We need something more. So over the weekend, I spent a lot of time looking into this. And the upshot of it is that the underscore method here that we had about an hour ago, where I go into this for about half an hour, and it's all to do with the fact that when we've got a module calling another module, the two controller files in each module are separate and distinct PHP classes. They don't know about each other. And the only way that you can have a PHP class that is entirely distinct from another PHP class loading up and invoking a method from that other class is if the method is public. In other words, this underscore method has nothing to do with public, private, and protected. It actually quite literally just means the thing cannot be invoked via the URL. And if we lost that, here's your spoiler alert, if we lost that, we would have to start dealing with YAML files and all kinds of bullshit, like Symfony. And just as a quick reminder, you do realize that we happen to have the fastest PHP framework on earth, I mean, it's not bragging if it's true, right? Prove me wrong. And so what I came to realize, and it really took me about 3 or 4 days. I was killing myself over this. And at the end of the 3 or 4 days, I came away thinking, this underscore naming convention is excellent, because that's our solution to the technical challenge that every PHP framework maker has to deal with. And that is the question of, how do you prevent people from invoking certain methods via the URL? All of those other frameworks are doing all of their YAMLs middleware configuration bullshit. We solve the problem with the underscore naming convention. One character. That's all you have to type. And just look at the benchmarks. We're 20 times faster than Laravel. We are 20 times faster than Symfony. So forgive me if it all sounds a little bit arrogant. But anyone who thinks that Trongate's using some ancient relic thing and we haven't modernized because we don't know about public, private, and protected, well, the truth of the matter is, it's precisely because we know about it. If we were having an independent class attempting to invoke a method from another independent class using a method that was not public, that would be a violation of the fundamental laws of OOP. That's a fact. So the bottom line is, it's for the other frameworks to figure this stuff out. It's for them to look at us idiots doing things. Oh, underscore method. What century did you get that from? It's for them to look at all of that and go through that whole process, and then maybe in the middle of the night they'll wake up and they'll go, holy moly, I get it. And hopefully they'll have a moment of enlightenment. Or they'll just stay in the dark. Either way, we're the ones who have the fastest framework in the world. You do realize this, right? So it's for them to figure out the genius behind our framework. It's not the other way around. All right, the framework promotion continues. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Smitty, who says, great job on the documentation. To everyone that contributed, yes, I've seen the videos. Great job indeed. Thank you. There's a half-hour video where I go into that thing about the underscore method in meticulous detail. I made a couple of little gaffes, but the fundamentals stand and I'm satisfied with it. All right. Okay. And Smitty Vanilli says, by the way, great job, Simon, and all that you do and have done. He would probably deny this, but you are also one of a kind. I've absolutely gone on the record multiple times as saying that Simon is in many respects the Steve Wozniak of Trongate. If it were not for Simon, we would not be here. There's no question about that. Anyway, here we have, let me get this right. Is it F. Han, who says, I have a question related to PHP. New name, ahoy to you. Says, I keep seeing that PHP is still the best language for freelancing. Is it reasonable to practice for freelance, or should I stick to what I know more? I wonder your opinion, who's a PHP framework creator or active member of the community. Okay, well, I have an opinion. Great question. And the answer is PHP all the way. PHP all the way. PHP for the win. I'm so glad that you brought this up, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about all of the incredible things that are happening with PHP. So let me just draw your attention to a video that was posted just the other day by a guy whom I've spoken to, and it's our friend Lionel, the tech lead. So 2 days ago, he posted this interesting video. Tech influencers now realize PHP is actual. Be glad to do it, but if it's non-urgent, I wonder if we can maybe do it in the morning or something. I'm going to just try and spread a little bit of good news for PHP, if that's okay. And at the end of the day, the depreciation warnings later. Let me give you DC's version of this. You're going to find this interesting. So The tech influencers of YouTube, and lately they all seem to have big old handlebar moustaches, by the way. Don't know why. But recently they've all started saying that PHP is the best thing since sliced bread. So what on earth is going on? Well, let me tell you. This is the information that nobody's talking about. When you look through the history of PHP, you see that various things have been added through the years. One of the biggest being when it went and had OOP functionality added, for example. So we can see all of these things, right? And you know that PHP was written in the C language. And when you look through all of the things that have happened to PHP, all of the updates, even things like type hinting and return types that we've been speaking about today, right? All of that stuff can be traced back to either C or C++. C and C++ are like the grandfathers of PHP, and PHP is a family. So PHP has this C and C++ inheritance. And for those of us who have been around the block, you can usually look at C++, see a feature that they've got, and then say, they're going to do that with PHP. And sometimes you can guess right. A few years down the line, something shows up. That's pretty much how it goes, right? However, very recently, something happened that was quite remarkable. Suddenly, we saw the addition of at least one feature that is not in C or C++. That feature happens to be class property promotion. We don't need to know what it means. We don't need to talk about it. But the key takeaway is that this is not part of C++ or C. It's actually part of the Rust programming language. And for reasons that are entirely kind of political, to tell you the truth, Rust is the hippest technology in the universe right now. Everybody's loving Rust. And so instead of being like a Mickey Mouse version of C++, PHP's gone through this kind of transitional period. And nobody else has said this, by the way. I never read this. I never picked it up. I'm not just regurgitating stuff that I found on the search engines. I'm giving you my own personal opinion here. I might be wrong. I could be wrong. But what I think is that PHP is going through an interesting patch, because now PHP is starting to become more like Rust. And when that happens, as is the case, you're going to see more and more people on YouTube saying, oh, PHP is the best thing since sliced bread. That is the reason why we have videos like this coming out. He doesn't mention any of this, by the way. God bless him. He has his own take on it, and it's perfectly valid. But I'm giving you my own little inside scoop. But there's another thing that's happening with PHP with regards to the business community. And I really hope that there are freelancers listening to this, or maybe even business owners listening to this, because this is huge. Around about 2015, the web development industry took a turn for the worst. That's my opinion. But what happened is, here on YouTube, for example, suddenly these channels appeared where, now I'm not an ageist guy, I'm not ageist, I'm not even political, I don't vote or anything. I'm going to use a phrase that I apologize for. I don't like this phrase, but I'm going to use it, right? A bunch of middle-aged guys appeared and told us all that we're not doing things right unless we do things their way. These were all guys who appeared to be over the age of 60. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm not an ageist, but I'm just saying that we had this interesting situation where we had these programmers who were perhaps coming towards the end of their careers, let's say. They hadn't built anything remarkable. They hadn't built the fastest framework in the world. They hadn't flown ships to the moon or anything like that. They hadn't done anything whatsoever. The only thing that they really had going for them was the fact that they had been around the block and they'd been here for a long time. That's never a good reason, by the way, to prop somebody up as some kind of guru. But that's what happened. And in their extraordinary confidence, these guys presented themselves as authorities of the IT industry. They actually met up in a hotel in Colorado. I'm not going to give names, you know who I'm talking about. I don't want to attack people who are not here to defend themselves, right? So no names. But they met up in a hotel in Colorado and had a little discussion about things like IT management and stuff like that. And there was a whiteboard in the room and they had some ideas and had a little chat. And out of nowhere, they came up with this idea that they called Agile. Now, in truth, there was nothing about any of that stuff that was original. As I've said before, all of the ideas from Agile were stolen from Toyota, funnily enough. There's a book called The Toyota Way by Jeffrey Leica. And if you take the time to check it out, you'll see that it's all the Agile stuff right there. So they took these ideas to do with project management from Toyota, giving you the book and everything here, folks. And they decided, let's give it a cool name. We'll call it Agile. And let's tell the web development universe, all of you people watching, that this is the way things are going to be done. And if you don't do things this way, you're not doing it right. So around about 2015, we had this explosion of bureaucracy. An explosion, not only in PHP, but in the wider web development community. We suddenly had all of these governing bodies appearing everywhere. In the case of PHP, we had PHP Fig, for example. We had DevOps. We had frameworks like Symfony suddenly out there selling framework certification. I mean, you can't blame developers for wanting to be on board with this. Developers are generally hardworking, ethical people. And if they see an opportunity to be seen to be doing something proper, you can't blame them if they... I've got a hair in my face. You can't blame them if they want on board with that. And by the way, I've never said this before. If anybody thinks I'm sounding like a broken record, let me give you another bit of information that I haven't mentioned before, at least not very much. All of that middle management bullshit was actually a response to a legitimate problem in the IT industry. And the problem is that the traditional academic institutions, aka the universities, could not keep up with the incredible pace of change in the world of IT, especially in the world of web development. So what was happening was, if we go back to about 2015, the universities would churn out these developers, like this guy here. You can be my pretend developer today, He-Man. So He-Man would come out of university. He's been there for 4 or 5 years doing a Bachelor of Computing Science, whatever. And he would land a job someplace. And what would invariably happen is he would be getting paid maybe 70 or 80 grand a year. He'd be led to a desk. He'd chuck on a pair of headphones, maybe chuck on a screen with some code, and he'd sit like this for 12 months with nobody knowing what he was doing. All they know is he's the developer. We've seen that guy. Those of us who have been in offices, right? We've seen that guy. Oh, he's the IT guy. And nobody knows what the IT guy's doing. Well, it turns out that the IT guy wasn't doing much at all. Not his fault, by the way. But unfortunately, just because of the way that the university systems are structured, they couldn't keep up. So he doesn't know about Angular or anything like that. He's been learning other stuff. So the universities have been churning out these turkeys. And what happened is the agile people said to the employers, we can solve that problem. It's a legitimate problem. So let's do a little thought experiment. Imagine that I'm a recruitment guy, right? I work for an IT recruitment company, and you are an employer. You have a business and you'd like to get an IT system or something like that, okay? Before 2015, I would have said the following to you. I would have said, okay, I'm the recruitment guy, right? I would have said, look, here is our glorious, wonderful web developer. This guy has so much skills, references coming out of his ears, great examples of his work and everything. This is a great candidate. And he can be yours for only 80 grand a year. Maybe 80 grand a year. That would be the pitch that I would give if I were in a recruitment agency up until about 2015. But as I've just said, there was a problem because the university system and all of that stuff. So what happened is after 2015 and to this day, the recruitment agencies have got a different pitch. Their pitch goes more like this. And I'm the recruitment agency guy. Today, the pitch is, okay, I hear you'd like an IT system. Well, don't hire this guy. Don't hire this guy. Because this guy is a single point of failure. If anything happens to this guy, if he gets struck by lightning, goes on strike, a million other things, then you're screwed. So let's not hire that guy for 80 grand. Instead, you should hire this guy. This guy here is an agile manager. Instead of paying 80 grand like you would have for the last guy, you can bring this guy in for, let's say, 40, 50 grand, and he will be as happy as a pig in shit. If you hire this guy, what you can do is have this agile manager on board, and then you can get 2 or 3 other developers. You don't have to pay them 80 grand like this genius. No, my mic went. Ah, Jiminy. I've just killed the mic. When did I go? Anyway, you can tell what I was saying by my actions, right? Ah, jeez. How you doing, Dan? This crappy mic has to go. I should bring back the golden microphone. $8 minutes? What a load of shit. You're joking. You lost me for 8 minutes? Damn. Alright then, fuck it. All I was saying was it's a good time to learn PHP. Damn. That's embarrassing. Right, I'm going to get the hell out of here. Am I going to get out of here? That's so annoying. That was the bloody greatest speech of my life. Maybe I should do another a video on this. Maybe. Alright, tell you what. I'm going to stay and I'm going to do a wee bit of work on the framework. Maybe for a couple of hours. Yeah, let's just stay. What a miserable live stream this has been. Ah. Alright. Well, we have a gazillion errors from the GP or G library, whatever. Here comes Apophis. Bad lip reading. Thought you were praising Laravel. Yep. One of those days. Put yourself in my position. How would you recover? You've just given the speech of a lifetime, only to find that the mic was unplugged. I feel like a Kentucky Fried Idiot. Very choppy stream too, says Embark, sorry to say. Oh well, what next? Am I going to slip on a banana skin or something like that? Give me a couple of seconds, will you? Okay, life goes on. You know what? You're talking to me as if I'm some kind of a loser. And I reject that. I reject that, Dan, out of hand. I reject that. So, conversational crossroads. Do I A, engage with the depreciation warnings like an asshole and start talking about all of that stuff? Or do I B, change state, become a better version of me, a new version, an intelligent version? I'm going to choose option B. So, how do we change state? That's right, we change our watch. So, yeah, this watch was kind of good. But I'm going to give it a little break. And I'm going to switch to something that's going to give me a frame of mind where stuff gets done and everything goes perfect. So here's the visualization exercise. You imagine it's like 11 o'clock at night and you've just had the perfect day, everything's turned around, everything's great, and you see yourself in the room, you tap your shoulder and you're like, man, you've just had a great day, what have you been doing? And that version of you says, I just had the best day ever. And you say, what kind of watch are you wearing? And we're looking. Do we see the watch? Okay, I have a few ideas. So give me a minute and we'll find the watch, because the watch is what gives you the essence. It's the foundation, you know. So let's see if we can find a decent watch. I have a few, you know, I have a few. Let's see here. It's kind of good. I've never actually worn this one, but it's kind of good. Another Pagani. Yes, it's kind of good actually. Here's a similar one. Bit of an Amiga vibe here. We could be incredibly obnoxious to something like this. These are all homages, you know. A little Silver Surfer vibe. Could be good. But you know what? It would be better in gold. So, let me think here. Something like that. Is that the one? No. Alright, let's keep looking. In search of a vibe, in search of a vibe. Okay, I think I've got it. It's going to be this. I call this, which is one of Dave's. And if you're watching, Dave, I'm going to buy it off you. That's right. I'm going to buy it off you. I may not be able to afford a toaster right now, but just you watch me. So I call this watch Revenge. That's right, I give my watches names. You'll notice that it matches my tie. That's because the universe is going into alignment and all of that, you know. That's right. This is the watch that you wear when things start working. So let's wear this little beauty. I'll just set it. And that is the watch of the day. Oh, what a fantastic day we are going to have. Now I'll just set the date on it here. Give me a second. 27th, right? Can you believe it's the 27th? It's almost June. Alright, and the time is coming up. This is based on a Tudor Black Bay, as far as I can tell. And it's exactly the energy that we need. All of us. We all need this energy. For anyone who's thinking, well, hang on, it's a little Chinese watch. Yes, it is. I make no secret of it. However, go watch the Dracula movies. Because you will find that when those vampires are on the loose causing havoc, it wasn't some big fancy golden crucifix from the Vatican that stopped them. Nay. You could just get a couple of little lollipop sticks, put them in the shape of a cross, and tally-ho, job done. Same applies with watches. You see? So it doesn't have to be a watch that costs a gazillion. It's all about... I'll do that. I did the wrong hand. It's all about the energy. That's right. So there we are. That's the vibe. Okay, let's see if it works. Shall we dance? Shall we dance? Oh people, do you hear me? Shall we dance? All right. So, let's I'm being told the stream is a bit choppy. This sucks. Are we a bit choppy? I hope not. Anyway, DC, have you seen Planes, Trains and American movie? You remind me a bit of the guy selling the shower curtains. Is he played by John Candy by any chance? That's a good movie, you know. It's a very good movie. I'll take it. Alright. So, let's do a little bit of work, shall we? And I'm going to do a little bit of work on the documentation, and specifically, and let me head into here. Alright, so I'm going to go to modules, Tron-Gate tokens, there we go. Now it's saying there's an error on line 120. So unexpected token blah blah expected variable. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's just do this. Let's just do that. Oh, you miserable thing. 156, same issue here. Let's get rid of all of this. So basically what I'm trying to do is simplify the thing, because it's too complicated, you know. Okay, it's fine. There's nothing up with it. So if I go to GitHub here, modules, Tron-Gate tokens, here we go. All right. Now, I just want to make absolute sure that I've got the latest version. Good. Okay. So I'm going to copy that and chuck this in here. That's a public function, attempt get valid token, and alright, we've got a couple of other bits and pieces. Okay, now these here are probably going to be private methods. I'm going to, like, when we ship a module with the Tron-Gate framework, I'll probably add access modifiers just to give people a little helping hand, you know. And here we're also calling generate token. Something like that. Now what you may say, well, what is it you're trying to solve? Doesn't it all work? Yes, it does. But the challenge is we've got this docs page with tons and tons of stuff here. And there's just too much. It's too complicated. and it has died. That's just the way it goes, you know. So I'm going to head to TronGate tokens test, and you can see that it now says hi on the screen here. Alright, well, can you believe it? It turns out you can make a living on YouTube. And I want to say a huge thank you to Embark. New name. Ding, 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 ding. Support for making light out of a bad situation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. That's really, really great. That is fantastic. Just so you know, by the way, I'm not pleading for cash here, but just in case anybody's wondering, I don't have a job. I don't have benefits, welfare. I don't have stocks or shares. I don't have crypto. My monthly earnings are approximately $100 a month. Although this month I only got about $95. The views were a little bit less. That's my income. So I really, really appreciate this, you know. And when you take 4 years out to work on a framework, I don't care who you are, but you take 4 years out to do an open source project, it can be a little bit tough on the old finances. I'm not complaining. I chose all of this. I chose it, and I'm going to be fine. I'll go back into the marketplace soon. It's fine. All I'm saying is, it's true that it has been a bit of a challenge, especially within the last couple of years. And so I really appreciate that, you know, and thank you so much. It's not a plea for cash. I don't want to look at the screen and see tons of donations. I'm fine. I'm just saying I appreciate it, okay? Thank you. It means a lot to me. All right. So there we go. And once again, thank you, M. Bark, for that. We have a couple of questions coming in, and I'm happy to answer questions if I can. John Candy's characters. Okay. Right. Apophis says, what do you think about HTMX as a SPA for TronGate? I've been playing with it to avoid DB calls for authorization on every page load. Apophis, I think it's brilliant. I'd love to know what you think of it. I like it, but I think that we're going to have to build it ourselves. I think that there's a huge and compelling case for us building our own version of HTMX. That's what I think. But what do you think? Let me know. Anybody, let me know. See what you think. Alright. Yeah, well, Smitty Vanilli says, gotta love the scene where he thought his hand was in between two pillows. I don't remember that part of it. I've never watched the whole movie from start to finish. Alright. Anyway, I like HTMX. I like it. You might think it's unthinkable or arrogant to say build our own, but let's face it, we built our own pop-up calendars, we built our own CSS library, we built our own file uploader, and it ended up faster than FilePond and DropZone. So we've built stuff before, and it worked out pretty well. I think that we can build our own HTMX, not necessarily because we can do it better or something, but just because we don't want to be dependent upon third-party code. I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night and have an email in from somebody saying they've changed everything, everything's out of date. I've made that mistake in the past. I'm not making it again, you know. And can you believe it? We're going to have to make M. Bark an executive producer. Thank you, M. Bark, with $9.99. Isn't that fantastic? Well, let me tell you, I'm going to head out after this and get Coco the cat, a good old can of tuna, and maybe even some some roast chicken. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much indeed. Bark. What a lucky guy. Alright, well, I'm kind of scared to look at the screen. I'm going to start getting embarrassed if this all continues. Okay. I'm having a hard time with history and refresh. You can do a cache thing though, right? On PHP. You can do that, I do believe. Something like that. Alright. So, let's see what we need and what we can get rid of. Are you feeling crazy? Are you feeling crazy? Me too. I'm feeling a little bit crazy. So let's... How many lines have we got here? Yeah. I told you I was crazy. I'm going to rebuild the whole thing. It's the new watch, you know. It's having this effect on me. Now, truth is, I'm just going to be doing a little cost here. But that's okay. Right. So, let's think about all of the stuff that we need to make TronGate tokens work. The goal is to just build something that's kind of efficient, you know. So, do we like attempt get valid token? Yes, we do. We love it. So let's chuck that in. And while we're at it, let's chuck our little test method back in. We are going to keep these things. And we'll keep in our token lifespan of 1 day. All of these things are good, useful. I like them. So there we go. Now, let's just say, you know what? Let's get out of here. And we'll go to this little beauty here. So I'm going to go to magic. It's a module, right? Say hello. I'll call it run. Seems a bit more sensible. Oops, not fun. Run. There we go. Alright, so let's try and make this more true to life. The way that this would work is you would load up TronGate tokens and you would say, token is this, TronGate tokens, attempt get valid token. That's how this would work. And then we're going to var dump the token here. Okay. So, attempt get valid token. And unexpected identifier valid token on line 6. There we go. Right. So as you can see, we are running attempt get valid token, but attempt get valid token calls these little beauties: execute SQL single, multi, and default. So let's see if we can find those. Execute SQL single, there's multi, and there's default. So we need these three things, right? There you go. And just in case you thought that I was some kind of a copying and pasting moron, that's okay. Because we know that these are only going to be called from within the scope of the class, the TronGate tokens class. That means that we can add private in front of all of these little beauties here. That's right, proper PHP, don't you know? Proper PHP. Okay. I could also do something else. Get rid of these underscores here. I think I will actually. Let's just do that. Why not? I'm only going to use the underscore method in very particular circumstances. I still like it, you know, but we don't need it here. I'm only using it if I need it, okay? So here's our private functions. Everything's looking kind of good. There's no return, but we'll fix that in a minute. And there is a token. All right, so this is a good time for us to call upon Smitty Vanilli. We're all crazy rock and roller developers. That's right. That's the coolest way of saying we're all unemployed that I've ever. Thank you, Smitty. I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. Okay. So let's have a little chat with the employee of the month here. And I'm going to be asking, well, what are we going to be asking? Right. On the thing here, we need return types. Ah, my mouse is doing that on its own. That's not me. Now, I'm pretty sure that the return types are just string and false. Apologies, my mouse has got a mind of its own here. So let's just say, can you add return types to this method? So I think it's going to just add in a little colon and string false. There you go. Okay, that's cool. Now, I probably don't even need to copy this, but why not? Why not? Little smug indentation for the nation. There you go. Now, I'll do the same with this one here. We'll save a little bit of time. So string and false. And then down here, same here. So the question now is, well, have we added the private protected shenanigans? Yes, we have. So now the question is, well, what other stuff do we need this to have? Well, I suppose retrieve tokens, is this getting used? See how we've got this validate token by getting its expiry date, blah, 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 blah. I'm not into it. I'm just not into it. So I think that's repetitive, you know. I think that Let me just check and see if this gets called anywhere. Let's just make sure. Oh gee. So there's a thing inside the API called validate token. But I don't think that's calling Trongate tokens. So let's take a chance and we'll leave it out. Now I'm going to look at the documentation here. I'm in the business of taking stuff away, by the way. So let's do that. Here we've got a method by the name of delete old tokens. You can see that this has got an underscore, and it deletes old tokens from the database that have expired based on their expiry date. Fair enough, right? It's not a particularly complicated thing, that. And in the case of delete old tokens, let's have a think about this. Okay, so delete old tokens, you can see that we've got this optional user ID here. Now I don't know if I like it. I think that that's an unnecessary complication. Let's have a look at what we've got on the framework. So we've got this deletes all tokens, the user ID to delete tokens for optional. Okay, maybe it is useful, but I do have a question to ask the employee of the month. And the question is, what would be a good name for the following method? So they've got delete expired. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to just say, can you please add blah 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 blah, and then I'm going to go like that. And that is absolutely perfect. So delete old tokens is going to stay. Okay. But it's going to be public, which means that it can get called from other methods, from other controllers even. That's what's going on there. But that underscore means that you cannot invoke it via the URL. I'm happy with it. I like it. I think it's good. So we're going to keep that, all right? So, everybody okay? Isn't this exciting? The excitement. Look at this. Not enough video. Ever since this cable company came and gave me the super fast cable, it's been anything but. Right, let's see what else we've got. I'll get the kind of the obvious ones, you know. So here's one here, destroys a cookie from session and cookie storage, and it deletes them from the database. I think that we can do better. Okay. I have, now by the way, when we go to attempt get valid token, it's checking the headers and everything, right? So I'm going to say I have the following PHP method. I also have this method. As you can see from attempt get valid token, it's possible for users to submit to HTTP request headers. Can you improve the destroy method so that it attempts to delete any HTTP any tokens that are found to exist within the HTTP headers? Pretty good, pretty good. So we're building up an array of tokens to delete. And there it is. And while we're at it, we're also deleting the expired tokens as well, a little database cleanup. So can you add a short comment before? So if we go like this, all of this for a comment, but I'm trying to make it so that people look at this and they say, okay, I get it, you know. That's all we're doing. No big deal, no big deal. Good. So let's paste this in. So public attempt, the idea is that these, the public ones go to the top, you see. There you go. So now we've got our destroy thing. I'm going to just quickly read it. It's pretty good. Can you think of any ways that the destroy could be improved? Oh, here we go. It's going to write an essay. No, maybe not. Surprising you don't have PayPal. Well, I do have PayPal. I do have it. But yeah, I do have it. It's just that it's kind of tumbleweeds lately, you know. Who said that they would cover this framework did not cover the framework. That is maybe in the top 3 biggest disappointments of my whole career. But it's alright, you know, we've still got a good framework. And it's only a matter of time before people realise that. So I'm going to remain optimised. I'm reading this. I'm going to remain optimistic. Alright. Pardon me. Ghastly. Right, that's horrible. Sometimes ChatGPT gets into this mode where when you ask it, can you improve something, it just breaks it up. And I don't know where it gets that from, but it's wrong. Breaking up a function or a method into loads of other ones is kind of, well, we'll say the phrase, it's sort of intellectually bankrupt, you know. So we're not going to bother with that. Alright, so I'm happy with that. Are we good? Are we good? Oh yes, we are. So that's destroy token now working. Let's have a little look at the docs here, see what else we can use. And that contains a few bits and pieces. I don't see anybody using this. If you've used this, just let me know and we'll keep it. But I think it's a waste of time. I don't think anybody's using it. Well, there it's getting used on Trongate comments. That is a shame. That is definitely a shame. Well, okay. For that reason, and only for that reason, I'll probably just keep it. So fetch, man, that's such a downer. I'm trying to get rid of this, the junk code, do you know what I mean? Well, I tell you what. Let's look at Trongate comments. Let's look at fetch. Right, here's fetch token object. So that is establishing a user ID, a date created, and a code. And the user ID is coming from this user object here. The question is there another way to do this? So if we look at Trongate tokens, there is another way to do this. Because let's have some balls. The only thing that this is doing is getting a user ID, a Trongate user ID. And Trongate tokens has already got that. It's called get user ID. And here's get user ID, and here's get user object. So I think that we should keep get user. Okay. So that would be n get user ID. That's the one that we want here. Okay. So we'll head back upstairs and we're looking at Trongate tokens. And we're going to just say get user ID. That's going to be a public function, by the way. Get user ID. It does have an underscore, but I've got a full half-hour video explaining that. and that retrieves the TronGate user ID based on a provided token, session, or cookie. So if we have a token, we do a little, oh geez, this is terrible, this code. Oh gee. Okay, this is actually a wee bit weak. So I hate asking these questions, you know, but I'm gonna do this. Can you find a way to improve this? Is it gonna give me a sensible answer? Right. So here it's saying that the token is one of these, or it's an empty string. I don't even know if I understand that. If the token is not available, return false. Okay, I don't like the code. I think I can do better. So let's do this. I'm going to go like this. User ID is this. TronGate tokens get user ID, and we are passing in the token here, right? So what we end up, fetch a token from 3 different places. So if not is set, did not give me a token. All right, so the plan is that do you see how we've got this vibe here? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say token sources is that. Now one of the kind of weaknesses with this is that there's potentially different values for each of these 3 things. So okay, so let's try this. Let's say if found user tokens equals all of that stuff here. Now let's do the same for the other things. So this time we're looking inside the cookies. Like that. We're going to give this user every opportunity to have their token validated, you know. All right. Now, let's think about a situation where we've got a token. Let's just say token is ABC. So that's going to potentially bring us here. And I'm going to just say that. So if we have a token coming in, I'm going to say params token is token. There's no need to clean it up or anything like that here. And we're going to do this SQL. Run about here. And SQL in this instance is going to be select user ID from Trongate tokens where token equals token. There you go. So this is a really cool way of dealing with these situations here. And in this case it's saying false. Now if I open up the model file here, change debug to true, you can see a little summary of what's happening behind the scenes. It's saying select all where token is ABC, and there's nothing with ABC. So it's no surprise that that's returning false. Let's take out this ABC thing. And let's pass the token in like this. And now we do have an integer. It's saying that the Trongate user ID is 1. It thinks that we're an administrator. And I'm about to confirm that that is correct. So if we go to Trongate tokens, and there it is, user ID is 1. So that's good, right? That is good. That means that this little beauty here works if we pass in a token. So a token has been passed into the method. But when we don't pass in a token, of course, that's when things get complicated. So, how do we deal with this? Well, we could say maybe we could start with just this generic query. So if we don't have a token, the SQL equals select all from Trongate tokens. Now, I'm going to take this out. So there's our basic query. And instead of calling this found tokens, I'm going to call it params. And if we have a token that has been passed via the header, I'm going to say header token. If we have a param that has been set with a cookie, I'm going to call it cookie token. If we have a token that has been set by the session stuff, I'm going to call it session token. And with each of these little beauties, I'm going to say SQL also equals. So in the case of the header token, it's going to be where token equals a little colon header token. That's our SQL. And by the way, we can echo that just to check and make sure everything's cool. You get the idea. Now, if we happen to have a cookie token, then employee of the month, can you tell me the technical word that indicates what where is? Is it a condition? A clause, that's it. Alright, so we're going to say that the clause is, and we'll use a ternary operator. We'll say if count params is greater than 0, then the clause is going to be or, like that. Otherwise, the clause is going to be where. So if we echo the clause with a die statement, we're getting or here. Actually, that's greater than 1. So we get where here. But if we had this in here, now we get an or condition. So we now know what the clause is, right? So now that we've established what the clause is, we're going to say that the SQL also equals, so we add in the clause, so that's where or something like that. And it's going to be token equals cookie token. And there you go. So we can now check on the progress. Everything looks good. And if we had something here, there you go. Okay, so with this session token thing, it's going to be pretty much the same type of gig. We're going to go like that. So we clarify the clause and the token equals the session token. Once again, I'll echo the SQL. Actually, we can go out of here. I'll echo the SQL here. So there it is. And if I echo the params, you can see that we've got 2 parameters here, and it should always match. So if we had this, we've got 3 things. And in that scenario, our SQL is saying we're that, or that, or that. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So, what all of that achieves is the effect of initializing parameters and initializing an SQL statement. And from that, everything's just fine. So check it out. If I don't pass in the token, and I think that is beautiful. And just for fun, we'll run it past the employee of the month. All right. Your method certainly provides flexibility. It might be more difficult to contain. Okay, bullshit. Let's go through your concerns. So, regarding SQL injection, my method uses query binding, making SQL injection literally impossible. Do you understand this? Other concerns do you have? Okay, so how would you write the method whilst respecting the dry concept? Let's see what it does. I bet you it breaks it up. Oh, that's actually quite good. So what it's doing is it's, geez, hang on. Please use snake case when dealing with PHP. So it's given us this where clause here. Come on, don't freak out on me. That's actually really good. It has done the same thing, but with fewer lines of code. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Beautiful. Yeah, so mine there was going down to line 140. Now 139. Alright, we saved one line of code. But that's good. Receive the strong date user ID based on a provided token, session or cookie. There you go. There you go. That's brilliant. That's really well written. I like it. So we'll keep that one. That's our get user ID, right? Now we had another one that we like to use called get user object. Now thank you. That's an excellent answer, and I like your code. Now I'd like to work on a similar but slightly more sophisticated method named, and this one is going to be called get user object. I want this method to use some of the same ideas that we have with get user ID. However, sophisticated because it what? Has to perform a table join in order to return important user level information. Here is an early attempt at writing the method that was produced by a friend. I'd be grateful if you could offer some feedback, and I'm sure that you can do much better. All right. Okay. So here we go again. Or false. Okay. So I like it. I like it. Thank you. That's another good answer. I wonder if you could improve the method further by attempting to fetch a token from the page headers. This is an idea that was successfully used in the get user ID method. So here we go. Right, so now we start to get a gig here. You can see our table join. Everything is beautiful. And that's just excellent. It's really, really good code, that. I can see it. So, here we go. That's get user ID. And here comes get user object. Now, here's what you... Oh, you miserable thing. Well... it doesn't work. Now, if we put the... I'm glad I tested it. Right, now it's working. But I think it's going to fail if we keep this empty. Oh no, it works. Jeez. That was kind of a surprise. Yeah, I have my doubts about this one. I'm gonna check this out in just a minute. Okay, give me a wee second, won't you? I really feel as if this is flawed. But I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Let's see. So we're inside here, and this is going through all of those sources, and it's doing a very fancy way of building up these parameters here. Now let's JSON params true. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. No doubt about it. It's a mistake. So let's teach ChatGPT how to code here. I think that there's a mistake here. The mistake is that we are checking the server super global for something that may well or a cookie, i.e. out with the server super global. It's going to say you're right. There you go. Good. So let's copy that, and we're going to go to get user object. A little indentation for the nation. Okay, so heading back, we now get this. And is saying where that is that, or token is that. That's good. It's good. Now I'm going to try something a little bit strange. I'm going to try and break this. Now that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Because if we JSON params true, we get an empty array. So that means it has failed to establish any params, and it's just doing this join with a ridiculous and somewhat pointless clause here. Okay, so I'm going to say before this line, we have given the method every opportunity should immediately return false, and no more code from the method should be invoked. Do you agree? Now, okay, still doing mistakes. Why did you do a double condition here? Why not simply have You're absolutely correct. It's just kind of annoying, isn't it? It just goes to show, you know, you've really got to stay on your toes with this crap. And I suppose it's good news, you know, because it means that we haven't been taken over by AI just yet, folks. We can still have a little shot around the block, you know. So attempts to achieve based on that. Now again, I'll just show you this thing working. If we say JSON params true, we get that. If we comment out the params, we get that. If we bring the params back, we get that. So everything here is now looking good. The where clause is looking good. Okay, so this is returning a user object, but if we pass in the token, let's do that right now. Hopefully this will still work. And it does. That is beautiful. And I think I'm happy with that. So let's just say, good, here's the final method and I'm very happy with this. Looks great. Right, so can we now take some of the lessons that we learned from building get user object and apply those lessons here? I think that there's a glaring mistake that you have failed to notice. I'll give you a clue and tell you that the mistake is inside this for each loop. Can you see the mistake? No. No, that's not the mistake I was thinking of. Try again. You're not even close. The mistake is that the for each is looking at the server super global for an item that might exist either inside, that might potentially as a cookie or a session value, i.e. out with the scope of the server super global. Why do I have to waste my time teaching this thing? Okay. I'd like you to look at the way that we successfully dealt with this when we wrote the following. That's good. Really good. Well done. Well, how'd you like that? You got to watch a dude schooling Chat GPT, and you're all very welcome. So let's paste this in. Here's get user ID. I'm pretty sure that that's good. I'm just going to look at the code. So get user ID, it can accept a cookie, it does params, does aware, special characters, selects the user ID, blah 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 blah, returns it. Trongate user object, we've certainly gone over that. So now if I go back here and I say get user ID, we get 1. If we add in no token, we still get 1. If we add in something rubbish, oh you miserable that's a mistake. So these here should be inside this. So this bullshit only happens. Now it's saying false. Do you know what I mean? I'm quite annoyed at ChatGPT here, just hasn't been very good, you know. Just as well I tested it all, you know. Anyway, again, this is a bullshit statement it's given us. And my mouse is not working. So this here, this if statement can be simplified. It's not empty token. The thing is just dumb. If the params are empty, return false immediately. That's it. Now, we then get that. So we're now putting that inside this if else condition here, which is 100% right. We've got the same type of thing going on here. Looks good. I suppose ouch. Alright, it's building up though. It's slightly different here. So this all right. Darn. That's so annoying, this mouse of mine. Okay. These two methods appear to have different ways of dealing with the construction of a where clause. Can you see any errors in either of the methods? And which method do you think is handling the job of building a where clause best? In that case, can you improve get user ID so that it is more similar to that? Okay, so that's get user ID. I really hope it works. I think it's good, but I'll just make sure. So if we give a duff token, it says you're out of luck. If we add a good token, it says 1, and if we add no token, it says false. I was not expecting that. So let's let's var dump token. So we do have a token, and I wonder why it's doing that. Ah, there's that mistake again. That's the mistake. So we go like that, and there it is. Now it's given me a 1, which is good. I think I've got it now. So that's checking here, there, and everywhere for a token. If we hard code a token into this, the query is going to be slightly different, but it still returns a 1. And if we put a duff token in, it returns false. That is excellent. Now I'm going to do the same for user object. So if we put in a duff token, it's given as false. That's if we put in a duff token. If we put in no token, it does a more sophisticated query, but it does return something. And if we put in the actual token, it does a shorter query, but it still returns the user object. That is cool. What a miserable way to spend your day, but at least we got it in the end. I'm going to save that. Come on, give me a break. You know what? Okay. So that's all very well and good, but you can see that we're now calling this underscore get user ID thing here. Now, I'll get the employee of the month. Can you add doc blocks to this? Okay, cool. So that's that. So we head upstairs. There you go. Now let's look at get user object. That's fine. That doesn't need any extra work. Now here's where it gets interesting. If we go to Trongate comments, this is calling Trongate tokens with this bullshit fetch token object thing. I'm now going to get rid of that, and I'm going to say Trongate user ID is Trongate tokens, and inside Trongate tokens, well, we've got get user ID here. So now we're just going to go like this, passing in the token. And then we go like this. And that is now perfect. So we get rid of a method that we don't really need anymore. Pretty cool? Pretty cool. Alright. Now that is going to be a change to the actual framework, by the way. So let me head into the Trongate framework here. And we're going to go to Trongate comments. This little beauty is called pre-insert. Here it is right here. So we're just going to go like that. That's what we're talking about. Looks okay to me. So that takes care of that. Moving back over to our fabulous Trongate tokens thing. We've done a lot of work, I think, making this perfect. We've got a few little remnants lying around, but it's okay. So we've got a couple of private methods here, or 3 of them. We've got get user object, which is really good. get user ID, which is good. We've got destroy, that's the one for logging out. We've got delete old tokens. Oh, I don't think I've got delete old tokens in here. So, all right. So delete old tokens. We did this previously. I think I did this at the start of this live stream. Okay, so back over here. Delete old tokens is nowhere to be seen. But we'll chuck it here. And keeping in mind that this is going to be a public function, but it's a public function that cannot be accessed via the URL thanks to the underscore method. So it deletes all the old tokens from the database. You can add a user ID if you want, and everything is perfect. Don't mess with me. Do not mess with me. Hang on, this mouse of mine is acting really weird. Okay, so there we go. And you can see that that's calling delete old tokens there. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So now, this has been a real fight. We've got a few other things that we may or may not need. Right. Well, let's look at generate token. We probably need that, right? Okay, so here, oh, you miserable thing. Right, let's try it here. Okay, so we've got members, in you go. There it's calling generate token. So why did that say that it couldn't find the generate token a minute ago? Alright, well we need this generate token thing, that's for sure, so I'm going to search for it. Okay, so let's just bring this thing back. So I'm going to look for private function, and before that we'll put this in. Generate token is actually a public function, believe it or not, but it's a public function that cannot be accessed via the URL. It has to be a public function, otherwise other modules would not be able to invoke this. So that's that. And let's have a look. Generate token takes in a bunch of data, random string, expiry date, token. We've got some parameters. We do a little insert statement. Everything is cool. And there it is. Okay, so let's save that. Going back to the documentation now, we've done generate token here. So we've done that, we've done generate, blah, 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 pre-token validation. I actually don't even know what that's doing. So, pre-token validation, I cannot see it being used here. Is it being used here? So generates a token after performing pre-validation tests, blah 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 blah. So if it's not a post request, we end it. Otherwise, it's running pre-token validation. If the environment is not dev, we don't let them go any further. And that's cool. So here we have a thing by the name of generate. Let's see if there's any examples of generate being used anywhere. I don't think there is. I don't think it's being used. Might be, but I can't see it. No, I don't think it's being used. I don't think it's being used anywhere. So let's try here. Nah, it's not being used. It's absolutely not being used. So then the question is, where's pre-token validation getting used? Is that getting used anywhere? Probably not. So this is doing this generate thing. I see what's happening. So it says here for developers who like JavaScript. And the idea is that you would post a user ID, you would post an expiry date, and this thing would generate a token for you. That's basically the idea. And I think it's a terrible idea. I don't like it. So that's going to come out. I think generate's going to come out as well. Auth. Now, what is this? Auth. I don't think it's being used. Let's check and see. Here we go. Now that's calling API auth. But none of that is calling Trongate tokens auth. And I think the same goes for this. So we're not going to have this auth thing either. That is for the chopping block. Thank heavens. So that's good, right? Just getting rid of stuff that we don't need. Destroy a token based on an HTTP post request. So there you go. Now that was I don't even know if that's something that I used either. And I don't think it's something that I even want. So we've got destroy, which is the underscore method. Hello, wee Coco. We could call destroy by adding in a little method of our own. I think we're all right. I don't think we need it. Generate, we don't need it. ID, I don't think we need it. Regenerate, we may need that. Let's have a look at that one. Okay, so we might need regenerate. Let's do a quick search, see if it appears. Stronggate tokens regenerate. Now we do use this one. We definitely do. So let's just bring it in like this. So we're going to search for private function, and just before it, all of the public ones are going up here. That's good. So we've got our old token, we've got our expiry date. We select all from Stronggate tokens. Well, the token is the old token, so we try to see if the token exists. We're using query binding, so there's no chance of SQL injection happening. If we don't find it, the token's not found, there you go. If we do find it, the tokens becomes this result here. It's an object basically. And then we chuck in a new expiry date. And we update, and then we issue the new token. I think that's excellent. That's actually fine. There's nothing up with that. Nothing up with that. Public function, regenerate. And that is it. That's it. I'm done. So we've now got a whole bunch of stuff. Fetches a user with a post request. We're not using that. I'm absolutely sure of it. I'll just doubly confirm it, and if I'm right, then it is done. Looking good. Looking fine. Perfect. So that's it. That right there. Right there. That is the new Stronggate tokens module. And we'll get rid of all of the stuff that we don't really need. We've made it a little bit more streamlined. We've added access modifiers. I think we've improved the code. And I think we're in good shape. So I'm going to copy that. Head over to the Stronggate framework. Now I've already made a little improvement there. So now I'm going to go into this Stronggate tokens thing. Paste in and save. Also, oh shit.
Something went wrong. Try again in a few seconds.
I was kind of worried about this, because here's some of the stuff that we deleted. And maybe this should be added. Maybe it should. Don't know. Ah, jeez. Well, let's see what we got here. If we go to API Explorer, Stronggate tokens, we get these endpoints here. So the question is, do we even want to use these? Maybe. I think I will add them, actually. I think we'll add them. So we are going to have these things. We're going to have 5 more methods to add, as miserable as it is. But it's probably worth doing, you know. Can you believe it? I'm making a living. Well, once again, thank you so much for embark. And I appreciate you. So, with an incredible $9.99 in the same way, that's a shame. Giving it to us a good feeling. Wow, many feel good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Embark. I hope he comes back. Apophis used in the simple members module. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, are we saying that we should keep the following API endpoints working? There's 5 of them. It's these ones here. So do you want to keep this working here? What do you reckon? Do let me know. And we'll see. It's a bit of a downer because I thought I was finished there, you know. I thought I was finished. And this connection of mine is all over the place. Doesn't getting rid of generate token break modules in the marketplace? Well, let's have a look at that. Okay, so our API is calling generate token. There's no question, generate token is being used everywhere. And there is generate token. We're using it. Everything is cool. And it's generate token. We've made it public, which means that other modules can access it. We've added our underscore, which means you cannot access it via the URL. Generate token is as cool as can be and ready to rock and roll. So I hope that answers that question. Anything else? I suppose the real question is this stuff here. Do we keep this? Do you know what I mean? And I don't know if we should. I kind of feel like I think I had added it basically just to, I don't know, keep JavaScript developers happy. But nobody's using this stuff, you know, as far as I can tell. No, we're cool. Right, I'm going to give you an opinion here, Apophis, O great contributor of the framework, and anyone else who's in the room. And I'm going to invite you to either agree or disagree, right? You've never used these, and I've never used these. Furthermore, even if they did work, I don't think it's a good idea having these URLs here. I don't think that we should educate people about how the token system works. And basically, I think we should get rid of all of these. So the question is, do you agree or do you not agree? Take a little minute and let me know what you think. All right, well, just before I had my little time out there to sign some autographs, I asked the question, and Balaz is here. How you doing? Nice to see you. Great contributor of the documentation. Very good to see you. He said great speed, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm going to delete this assets folder in Trongate tokens. When I said a minute ago, I don't think we should educate people about how this works. Just to be clear, what I mean by that is, if a malicious user visits a website and they see tokens and stuff in the source code, I don't think it's helpful to give them URLs that say Trongate tokens and stuff like that. That's educating them, right? So if we get rid of that API thing, then sure, it means that we've now lost this page. Well, we will have done. But that's okay, you know. And if we're going to be super perfect, we could probably just do a quick Trongate tokens loading up and just make sure that everything is cool. So there's get user object, get valid token, generate token. Everything is accounted for. And I think that's it. The new Trongate tokens in full formation, complete with access modifiers, doc blocks, type hinting, return types, and who knows, maybe even a few balloons and some other bits and pieces. Let's send it up to the sky. And here we go. So we've taken out the API.json, done a little tweak to Trongate comments. That will not break anybody's stuff. And then we're now going to just have a super quick look at all of the stuff that we've removed. Yeah, so we took out the stupid API stuff. We added other things. You know what? I'm just going to send it up. Just sending it up. So, simplified and improved Trongate tokens module with access modifiers, doc blocks, type hinting, and return types being used throughout. Something like that. So there's our commit. We're now going to send it up to the sky. And now I have the easiest job in the universe, because now I can look at the docs here. And finally, instead of this, look at how messy this was a minute ago. Just look at how big this thing is. It's just far too much, right? But now we don't have to deal with all of this type of stuff. So okay. All right, so let's open up the new Trongate docs. This stuff has been a long time coming. And we've got these pre-installed modules here. As strange and miserable as it may seem, I'm going to add a little thing here that basically breaks this. Then I'm going to have a new folder called Rightway. You can see that I think, have we got an index file here? Probably not. That's okay. So when we refresh this page, it's now empty. But what we're going to do with the genius of a million Einsteins is look at our new shiny and beautiful Trongate tokens, and we are going to bring this to life. And here's how you do it. We copy this, we head to the docs, and then we head to contributor notes. And then we go like this. Head over to the employee of the month. And we go like that. And so now the employee of the month is given us this beautiful documentation here.
There was a glitch. Try again in a few seconds.
I seem to be having problems with my internet connection. Okay, so this is attempt get valid token. And it's pretty much done the right way here. So we're going to have a new file, attempt get valid token. Okay. So attempts to validate and return a token based on optional user levels condition. This method checks for a valid token in the following locations in order of priority. There, and returns a valid token if found. Now that's not too bad. As we look at it, you can see we've got our function header. You can see that we've got the description here. Default null, required no. And then you can see our return types are string or boolean. Now, the only thing that is a little bit uncool is you see this description here. I'm going to copy that. Head upstairs. Actually, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Returns that. Okay, so the only part that's weak is the examples. And this. So we'll leave a note about JavaScript. Oh, come on, take a day off. My mouse is killing me today. It's been like this the past week. Alright, so there's a little note about JavaScript that people may find useful. And I'm going to go to attempt get valid token. I'll take out this little beauty here, paste in, and now have a look. So we've got a little note on how to attach to JavaScript using this stuff. Looks okay. And here we're doing a post request example, and that's good because people are going to look at this and say, well, how do I attach tokens to headers? Now we're telling them. Here's how you do it with the fetch API stuff. Here's a post request using fetch API. Again, that's entirely relevant. And then we've got our ordinary examples. So here's fetching a token from any user level. Here's fetching a token from admin, and here's from admin or member. Look at the beautiful code. And that, my friend, is what well-documented stuff looks like. Okay, so moving on with our vastly, quite brilliantly, I have to say, simplified framework. Let's just do this thing again. So over on the contributor notes, this mouse is really killing me. Alright, so we'll do that. Okay, so this is the destroy method. Destroys a token, blah, 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 blah. And that's pretty good. Yep, that's pretty good. So we'll copy that, and we're going to say new file underscore destroy.html. So here we go. The only change I'm going to make is I'm going to say this module Tron-Gate tokens, then I'm going to go like that. So if we refresh, destroys tokens from session, cookie and HTTP headers. This method removes tokens from all of this stuff and deletes them from the database. Additionally, it cleans up expired tokens from the database. So there it is. There's our usage example, and that is perfect. All right, moving on. Now we've got delete old tokens from the database. Pretty straightforward, this one. But let's take the trip anyway, and hopefully we'll get a good result with this as well. So we're over to the employee of the month. I'm clicking to let it know that I'm not a bot. All right, not too bad. So it's delete old tokens.html. Now, one of the things that's interesting is previously we just had function delete old tokens. Now the thing is saying this public thing here. I don't know if I'm into it. I do not know if I like that. Do we like that? Let me see. Is it doing it elsewhere? It is doing it elsewhere. All right. So let's just keep on doing it then. So for delete old tokens, we get public blah, 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 blah. And then you can see we've got this example usage here. Okay. So let's just say this module Tron-Gate tokens and then delete all tokens. I don't think there's really a need to do the ID example. It's pretty simple. And the truth of the matter is, I don't think people will use it much. So that's fair enough, right? Delete all tokens. That's how it works. Pretty good and well done us. We're moving along, making progress. Things are looking good. And here comes one of the most complicated methods in the entire framework. This one here. So here we go. This is certainly something that was quite a lot of work. I hope people like it. And here we go. So this is get user ID. Okay, looks all right. So heading in here, it's going to say underscore get user ID. Paste in this little beauty. Ouch, what did I just do? Right, there it is. So receives user ID based on a provided token, session cookie, or page header. This method attempts to retrieve the Tron-Gate user ID based on that. Okay. hang on, this method attempts to retrieve the TronGate ID based on the provided token. Or, right, we can improve the wording of this. If no token is passed into the method, it checks session, it attempts to fetch and use a token from session cookie and page header values. Now, I'm also going to say if no valid token can be found and the method will return false. That makes a bit more sense, right? So, retrieves the TronGate user ID based on a provided token, session cookie, or page header. Now, hang on a second. Have I not repeated myself? Based on a provided token. There we go. Retrieves the TronGate user ID based on retrieves based on a provided token. If no token is passed into the method, it attempts to fetch and use a token from session cookie and page header values. If no valid token can be found, the method will return false. Okay, fair enough. Perhaps the wording could be improved. Receives the TronGate user ID based. Yeah, that's fine. Good. Now, the usage example is going to just go like this. We say this module TronGate tokens, and just for clarity, I'll say TronGate user ID is this get user ID. Let's actually make this example usage 1. And we'll have an example 2. So example 1, we pass in a token like that. And in example 2, we do not pass in a token. So in the code sample below, a token is passed into the get user ID method in an attempt to return a TronGate user ID. In this alternative example, no token has been passed into the get user ID method. This means that the method will attempt to retrieve. Is that how you spell retrieve? I before E except after C, you idiot. I thought that was an exception. So this means that the method will attempt to retrieve a token from, now here's where we do our list. Session cookie and page headers, header values. So in this alternative example, no token has been passed into the getUserID method. This means that the method will attempt to retrieve a token from session cookie and page header values if a valid token is found within any of those locations. The method will then attempt to fetch and return an associated Tron Gate user ID. Alright, I think that's okay. I'll just double check that we're good. Can you please proofread this? Okay. I don't know if it even did anything there. But that's okay, we won't worry about it. That looks exactly the same. And this one looks okay. I think that's it. So if we look at getUserID, we've now got example usage 1. In the code sample below, a token is passed into the getUserID method in an attempt to return a Tron Gate user ID. In this alternative example, no token has been passed into the getUserID method. This means that the method will attempt to retrieve a token from the session cookie or page header values. If a valid token is found in any of those locations, the method will then attempt to fetch and return an associated Tron Gate user ID. Perfect. You know what? Let's have a little bit of fun. I'll make this really clear. So how about if we just say token is that, and then something like that, you know? Or actually, if we're going to be really smart, something more true to life, like Tron Gate tokens attempt get valid token, like that. Could do something like that. It's a little bit more true to life, you know? So something like that, you know? It might be a bit stupid, mind you. You know what? I think it probably is stupid. Let's just do it that way. I don't want people to look at code that seems to be going round in circles, you know. Good. All right, moving back here. We've not got too many more to go. So all right. Please consider the following method. For this method, I consider the following HTML documentation to be 100% perfect. Can you produce similar HTML documentation for this method? So that is okay. Here we go. That's just perfect. So it really, really nailed that. So here we go with our documentation. And this is called get user object.html. Okay, so there it is. All right. I think I'm gonna do just one more thing, which may or may not be helpful. Okay. Right. I'm going to say, thank you. That's excellent. Can you improve this further by including an example of some sample data that showing users the kind of data that gets returned by the method. And here's an example of some sample data represented in JSON format. Okay. So let's copy that. We'll head back to our documentation. And I'm going to chuck this here. I always want the examples at the bottom of the page, you know. So let's run with that. And so if we look at get user object, we've got sample data. The method returns an object with the following structure if a valid token is found. Nah, we can improve the wording. I'm going to say the JSON string below shows an example of the when a valid token is found, the method will return an object. The JSON string below shows an example of the structure of the kind of the data that can be expected within the returned object if a valid token is found. Okay, so when a valid token is found, the method will return an object. The JSON string below shows an example of the kind of data that can be expected when a valid token is found, I'll just say. When a valid token is start of the when a valid token is found, the method returns an object. The following JSON string illustrates an example of the type of data that can be expected. Alright. You know what? To hell with you. My other explanation was better. Retrieves when a valid token is found, the method will return an object. The JSON string below shows an example of the kind of data that can be expected. Okay, within the returned object. So when a valid token is found, the method will return an object. JSON string below shows an example of the kind of data that can be expected within the returned object. Alright, and I think that's useful, you know. I do think that's useful. So there you go, and there you go. Back over to the thing here. Let's head over to get user object. And I'm really hoping that we've not got too much longer to go now. So we've got generate token, we've got regenerate, and that is it. So we've only got 2 more to do. So back over here, contributor notes. I'm going to go like this. And where on earth has it gone? Here it's here. Okay. So here's generate token. Alright. Okay, so here we go. So back over to Trongate tokens. It's a new file and it's generate token.html. Now, here we go. So okay. So the user's Trongate user ID, Unix timestamp for token expiration. If true, set the token as a cookie, and then custom code here. Okay, so you see that custom code thing? You know what? I think I'll take it out. Because people don't need to know about that. and the example's cool. There's nothing up with that. I think that's fine. So, well done us. Here comes the very last one, and this mouse is really on its last legs here. So I'm just going to say, thank you. Could you repeat that, please? But for this method. Okay, so here comes regenerate. And you know what? I don't know if I like it. Alright, well, we do use it. That's fine. So, given the fact that we do use this thing, I'm just going to say regenerate.html. Ouch. So, paste in. So regenerates a token with a new expiration date. It validates the input format of the old token and the expiration date before proceeding. If the input format is invalid or the token does not exist, appropriate response codes are set to indicate the failure reason. So we get that. Okay, now the example you see here is garbage. But we're not going to give up. No. Okay. So attempt renew token. Okay. Now I'll just say Right. Alright, now let me look at this method here. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. Okay, so I'll say if HTTP status is 200, then token equals that, and then I'll just alert token successfully renewed, else I'll just say alert token could not be renewed. Okay, so attempt renew token. Okay, I think it's fine. So going back to the Trongate docs again, I'm just going to say under normal usage conditions, this method is invoked by means of an HTTP GET request. The JavaScript code sample below shows or demonstrates how a user could have their authorization, could have their token could have their login time extended by utilizing the, what on earth is it called? Regenerate method. Regenerate token. Okay, nearly there. So in here you would say that Okay, under normal usage condition, this method is invoked by means of an HTTP GET request. The JavaScript code sample below demonstrates how a user could have their Okay, thank you. I have attempted to add an example that will be useful. However, I'm concerned that the wording I've used is weak. I'm also concerned about potential syntax coding errors in my example. Can you please have a look and let me know what you think? Okay, so this example demonstrates how to extend a user's login time by regenerating their token using an HTTP request. All right. Pretty good. Okay, I'm going to just say the JavaScript code sample below So the JavaScript code sample below demonstrates how to extend a user's login time by generating their token using an HTTP GET request. Oh, they've made it a post request. I think it should have been a GET request though. Let's just check that. No, it's a GET request. Okay, so back over here by means of an HTTP GET request. So the JavaScript code sample below demonstrates how to extend a user's login time by regenerating their token using an HTTP GET request. This technique does involve exposing an existing token via this technique does involve exposing a token, an existing token, within a target URL string. However, the technique should be considered to be safe, since authenticated, since validated pre-existing tokens are immediately deleted from the database by the regenerate method. Right, I think that's right. So the JavaScript code sample below demonstrates how to extend a user's login time by regenerating their token using an HTTP GET request. This technique does involve exposing an existing token within a target URL string. However, the technique should be considered to be safe. Nah. Under normal circumstances, it would be bad practice to expose tokens in this manner. However, in this instance, any validated tokens that are passed via the URL are instantly deleted from the database by the regenerate method. Right, I think that's it. JavaScript code sample below, how to extend your login time by regenerate a token using an HTTP. This technique does involve exposing an existing token within a target URL string. However, in this instance, any validated tokens that are passed via the URL are instantly deleted from the database and thereby rendered to be worthless, safe, I don't know. I'm changing the example to a GET request. Can you help me to improve this description so that it makes sense and is technically sound? Okay. That's good. And I think that's worth doing, you know. So we're now doing a GET request. There it is there, regenerate. Thank you. Can you now show me an example of the following JavaScript, but using the fetch API? And that is excellent. That is really, really excellent. I think I'll use it, you know. So here we are, regenerate token. We've got our base URL coming in. There you go. I think that's excellent. I really like it. Okay, so that is it. That is truly it. And now we've shortened that page quite dramatically. We've sorted out the Trongate framework. We get rid of a whole bunch of stuff that we just didn't need. And best of all, we've done the documentation. And I think it's safe to say we're in pretty good shape. Don't you give up on this framework. Don't you give up on the framework, because I think the framework is really, really looking good. Okay, so there we go. And now added feature refs for the new and vastly improved Trongate tokens module. What a relief that is. All of that was about 4 days. I had to figure out a lot of stuff to do that, you know, but we got there in the end. And it's pretty good, you know. Does a job. Looks okay. I think that's now been sent up to the sky. So this is on GitHub if anybody's interested. You can have this. It's all free. Everything that we're doing here is free of charge. All we ask is if you like using Trongate, please do consider giving this framework a star on GitHub. That's it. That's all we need. And I think we've had a couple of stars today, which is kind of cool. If we look at the repos here, anyway, my connection's garbage. Okay. Have Coco hunt you down a new mouse. Yeah, hey, it's a play on words. My connection is garbage. If you can read this, thank you for being here. I'll see you. Oh, we have, look at all of this money coming in. Embark. Well, we certainly hope that Embark will come back. Anyway, I'll see you all soon. Happy coding. All right, there we go. It's a shame that the live stream's a bit duff, and it's also a shame that this took so long. But it was worth it. It was worth it. I think it's looking excellent, folks. I really do. Thank you once again. Stay cool. And I'll see you soon. I'm having a terrible, terrible time here with my connection for some reason. All right. Take it easy, kids. I'll see you later. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Apophis, everybody. I appreciate you all. Take care. See you soon. See, the watch worked, by the way. The watch worked. Remember we were having a duff time? and I never even looked at the watch, but it doesn't matter. The watch worked. The techniques work, don't you know? That's right. As soon as we switched watches, everything was fantastic. All right, thanks a lot.